Haven't seen an OCG list yet. The main thing I did see is that Tax Heaven 3000, I think it was called, was pulled off of Steam. I also found out that it was made by, like, an art collective. Like, apparently it was made by the guys who teamed up with Lil Nas X to do the Satan shoes. And it's like, hey, that's really interesting. That somehow makes it about 300 times less funny. Probably because now it is like just the incarnation of every single I need your date of birth, your social security number, and the 3 numbers off the back of your mom's credit card jokes. I obviously don't know the full line, but you understand the sort of thing that I'm referring to. It was very prominent for a time as a joke related to Earthbound, because I think there was some video that did something like that. And it's like, okay, but I've seen and heard this song and dance before. Now the list doesn't have much that'll change anything. That's disappointing. Because, you know, on some level, how dare they try to get people to create more original deck ideas, right? I'm sure somebody would actually be really upset about having to seriously rebuild, not for reasons of cost, but just by virtue of being lazy. Anyway, we've got some stuff to do out here in the main area of the Phazon Mines before we enter. And it's not just killing us a bunch of space pirates. It's just that happens to help. So in this case, okay, well, there it is. If we find this power conduit, we can get ourselves a missile pack. I think this is one of the last places in the game where they require you to do this to get anything. Hello, Iron Fury. How's you know, words. Those things. So we come over here, we scan the now glowing green screen. And that rotates this big old crane around. Smashes open a wall. And all that work for a missile pack, huh? Well, that's hardly the most involved in this game. It's a thing. Gotcha. Get up there. Okay, good. We actually are still stuck to the thing. I was worried for a second that we fell off, because it kind of looked like for a second we were gonna not stick on the thing. That's all there is to get out here for now. Actually, I think just in general. Oh, shit. I'm thinking of later when the Shadow Pirates are here. Twofer? No twofer. Yeah, I'm sure shutting those turrets off is going to be real useful. We can't deal with that right now. Can we open this crate? I could swear we could, or yeah, we just have to shoot it harder, I guess. And sometimes that's the only real solution you need, is just shoot harder. Actually, I'm putting on the wave beam because I'm going to need it in this room. Alright, dude, you can stop. You can stop it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised how evasive this guy is being, but usually that's because I just get in their face and ice beam them. This is definitely not a strategy I usually use because the wave beam... Well, the wave beam is kind of cheeks, let's be honest. It's amazing how they turned one of the most useful tools in the entire series into, honestly, one of the worst weapons in the game. But on the other hand, they use it a lot for exploration, so, yeah. Oh, that'll never be, I mean, is that something we want? I guess for a hard mode hack. Okay, so we shouldn't need to, do anything with the other visor here. And we can just pop this thing out. Because, yeah, here come some new enemies. Oh, it toggles us back to combat visor automatically. Alright. Wave Trooper. Space Pirate armed with wave beam technology. Well, at the very least, I suppose they're getting the worst possible weapon. Unfortunately, that's not quite as good as it sounds. Space Pirates have reverse-engineered several of your weapons, including the wave beam. A flaw in the design makes these weapons vulnerable to their own beam weapon system. These weapons are inferior to your Chozo-designed originals, but still quite potent. So, yeah, that is a terrible explanation because their attacks do not resemble the wave beam in the slightest. They're just yellow versions of the standard Space Pirate, burst rifle, and sword. What they mean to say is that these dudes only take damage from the wave beam and wave beam derived attacks. Like, if I wish to, and in fact I'll do it a little bit here. We can do some wave buster for some good DPS. But mostly the way we deal with them is just shoot them with a wave beam over and over until they die. Which makes these enemies a huge pain in the butt. However, there is a bit of an upside. And one part of said upside is found very specifically in Metroid Prime Remastered. So you know that multi-round burst you get when you start charging? I found that makes these a little bit simpler to fight because usually they take 3 charge shots of the wave beam a piece. But with this, you get the 2 shots, charge, 2 shots, charge, and that should kill them. So, hey, at the very least, that 3-round burst, because I know a lot of people have been very bothered by that because it means they can't fight the way that they're used to being really good. At least it's useful for this very specific scenario. I mean, I'm not sure that's the thing that makes me happiest in the whole wide world, but okay. It is something. Meanwhile, we got some generic space pirates here. We're gonna have some other enemies in this room, though. So we're gonna start off with the wave beam in order to deal with some wave troopers on the upper floor here. And yeah, the phazon mines, as you'd guess, have a lot of space pirate data. I'm not sure why this tank is not tagged with a red tag, because you need to destroy this in order to beat the game. That tank contains a special mini-boss called the Phazon Elite, which is carrying one of the artifacts. So killing that is an absolute must-do thing. Where's these platforms? There we go. And you'll just barely catch sight of these duders as you come up here. The color grading is a little bit different, so it's slightly harder to tell that they're wave troopers, but only slightly. At this point, they haven't introduced the ice troopers yet, so at the very least there should be like that going for you, that's like, oh hey, well clearly it's not those. Also, wow, they're a hell of a lot hardier on hard. Okay, we were able to snap off fast charges there very effectively, so that's good. But wow, they still take a lot out of you. Oh yeah, this is tagged as red for some reason, this security alert. Which I don't know why it's like that, because it is not important to scan whatsoever. It doesn't add anything to your logbook. It's just like, oh hey, the space pirates know that you're here and they want to kill you. You don't say! The absolute swath of blood and destruction we've been carving through them, that wasn't proof enough. Anywho, power troopers. They are easily dispatched with the super missile, because that counts as a power beam attack. Now this room, I'm kind of skipping over like the entire thing here, because I've done this before. You get in the spinner and it rotates this big mining laser. And the target is behind the red patch here. However, there's also all these other walls you can blow up. And behind the one that I have aimed it at, which you operate it with the scan visor, obviously. Behind that one, there's a missile expansion. Which is going to come in handy in a place like this. I mean, listen, I would rather have an energy tank, and then I could just be like, okay, well, I've cleaned up a few rooms, I can go back and, oh shit, all the enemies respawned. But on the other hand, as long as we're talking about easy free stuff that you would probably be inclined to deal with anyway, yeah, you know what? Why not? And Adam's still a douche, yeah, basically. You know, even they can do whatever they want to try to be like, oh, well, Adam's actually... I can't get over the guy just calling Samus lady. Like, even inside of a military situation, that seems really not the correct form of address, to put it nicely. Also, holy shit, that hurt. That's kind of ridiculous. But, yeah, I mean, that just makes him sound like a huge tool. That's... Something, neither the warmth nor the depth. Okay, I need you to cough up like a massive energy if you can, dude. Come on. I'm not getting shit out of these enemies, am I? Oh, well, there's 20. That's something, I guess. I am just getting absolutely annihilated by everything here. It's kind of... I'm not usually this bad at this. Like... This part is hard. Even on normal, this part is brutal. This is kind of a nightmare. But usually I don't just get, like, absolutely, you know... no anesthetic, various unnecessary surgical procedures. All right. Here. Oh, hello. Yeah, see, if you remember that your fast charge is as powerful as a regular one, and you're prepared for all of those spawns, those guys can be made significantly easier. As long as you're 1v1ing them. Alright, so let's see if we can deal with the static bamboos. Okay, there's nothing that can hurt us if we take the drop now. So we're good to do that. You can tell that I'm probably going to get a little bit more nervous about this because, like, wow. The extent to which we got our asses handed to us earlier. I was expecting a bit of a challenge, but not this much. It's been a very long time since I've played this on hard, as you can tell. Okay, we should be far enough that the explosive crate shouldn't hurt us, yes. Okay, well, at least we got 2 full energy tanks, so I'll take that. Room is this? Is that the only dude that's here? I mean, I guess it's a small passage and all, but I thought there were 2 dudes in here. Regardless, we'll pick up this missile pack, because, again, extremely free. Oh, I think I see someone else there. Ice beam. No, that's just a lamp. Alright. This is our first elite pirate encounter. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, things cost free 99. Yep. Alright. So, the big energy cannon on this thing's back is extreme thermal signature due to lack of shield. of shielding. Basically, it's like, hey, yeah, don't hit this guy when he puts his shield up. Although, again, I find that similar to the Shigoths, you can basically use that to push an attack pattern. Also, yeah, the energy shield absorbs your super missile. It's kind of disgusting. Ow. That hurt. Alright, put down your dukes, buddy. There you go. Get your ass out of here. Unfortunately, being that the elite pirates are mini-bosses, I don't think we're going to get impressive drops out of that. And this room is power troopers, I think? Or is it ice troopers? Oh shit, it's ice troopers. Oh god. At the very least, the ice troopers are like the easiest thing in this area, if you can actually land a hit on them. Slight problem is that ever since the original, they changed it so these dudes do not take damage from missiles. But compared to the wave troopers, and, well, the power troopers actually probably are the hardest that we get for a bit. Ice troopers, you can freeze them and just sort of deal with them at your own leisure a little bit. And not get any drops from the one that died. And leave you stuck at, like, as little energy as possible, almost. And, yeah, no drops. Cool. Great. We're gonna get ambushed by a fucking sentry turret or something. And we're gonna die in a really embarrassing manner. Oh, I think we can hear Sam's breathing heavy in the... That's definitely something that was not very audible in the original. Certainly not on that level. Game, I know that super energies exist. Just drop the refill a tank thing for me, please. I guess it is hard mode. It doesn't fuck around, but okay, which room? Oh, I remember where this is. So this is the one. Yeah, this is the ventilation tunnel. Good camera angle. That's not what I was in need of seeing just yet. Also, I was prepping the wrong button to charge a boost ball. So after a point, this area starts filling with toxic gas and puffers, but you don't have to worry about that as being like a major issue for until you come back around. This room is power troopers. And this time we're going to be... Oh, no. No, it's not. Get that thing out of here. Okay, I do see a power trooper down there. Can we at least sort of get the lay of what's going on here? Oh yeah, it's structurally unsound, alright. That's a good way to put it. Alright, so... This area, what can we do right now? Alright, our power trooper scan is done. We're gonna try and use this as a sniper vantage point here. Try to kill some more of these dudes. Power surge is detected. Okay, it's gonna tell us about the next thing. So, we'll ping it, and you can see how far along we are. We're fairly close. Fuck. Wave beam. Fucking goddamn it! If I hadn't gotten, I tried to change beam like 3 times there before it worked. So that is not on me. I think. Well, okay, yes, it is. I clearly was trying to hit the buttons too fast. But also, yeah, that didn't go so well. We'll put it that way. So now we got to redo that whole bit. Cool. First things first, kill both of these as soon as possible. Try not to take a hit. There we go. Alright, so I'm not sure where the third dude went. There we go. Alright. Yes, yes, thank you, game. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream. That sounds like not a great idea. There's Tapatio getting on that Mario Kart 8. I haven't looked at that in a bit. Fuck. That was a waste of a super missile. That, however, was not. Alright, we're playing it a little cooler here, so at least hopefully we should be fucking things up less with that. That's right, single file, boys. There's no need for me to break those crates yet. I can go back for them. Alright, so this one's 3. Yes, 3 wave troopers, so we can kill 2 of them. And then we can get our scan. Remember to spam your quick charge. Unfortunately, they all spawn in such a tight area. Where'd you go? There we go. Well, some of that stuff actually does sound pretty good, but I guess, you know, maybe some people would be like, oh, it's strange, therefore this company should make all these other strange ice cream flavors or something like that. Meanwhile, that seems like a little bit of overkill. Fuck. Get frozen, you jackass. There we go. Ugh. Well, we're in much better shape so far, so at least we got that going for us. That's platforms. Yeah, I mean, that genuinely sounds good, and then they got that one other thing for some reason. I know what to tell you. I think that crate's not actually destructible. It just kind of looks like it could be, but it's because it's a regular one scaled up. What a strange choice, but... Oh, oops. Sir, have you considered being distracted by the sound of that big laser going off? You're like, huh? What was that noise? Turn around. Fortunately, no such luck was afforded to me that day. Back the missile pack. Fuck right off. First of all, the fact that took 2 goddamn energy tanks from me is just obscene. I don't in any way think that it was ever anywhere near that kind of damage before, but also, like, the other part was that I didn't touch that. At least it sure didn't look like I did. But, you know, maybe the game knows better than I do. I mean, I guess it does. It's the one that's, well... Listen, that's kind of ridiculous, and I need as much health as I can get. And also, now the enemies have decided that, hey, because you have slightly more health, we can be as... Oh, no, they at least dropped something. Okay. That's right, those dudes take forever to drop anything. Right, so I know that there's a wave trooper in this room at the end. Who I'll make ready for, and then I will still have a bad time with, probably. I know how this... Well, apparently I don't know how this works, because I forgot that if you leave the ball port early, it doesn't rotate for you. And I'm pretty sure you can't just set multiple bombs in a row, and yeah, it won't rotate multiple phases if you do that, unfortunately. So again, this room, we want to prevent taking as much useless damage as possible. We kill these things before we descend. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, etc. Alright. This is... Okay, yeah, this is this room. And then the next room, I think, is the Elite Pirate. Who's real good at downloading music off of Napster. Wait. Actually, there's been a lot of talk about piracy-related stuff lately because of the decision that came down against the Internet Archive in favor of, like, 4 big, massive book publishing companies that basically are, like, the entirety of the major market, as far as I know. And it's just like, well, Uh, the main thing that I can think about is just how incredibly bad a lot of these companies are at trying to be like, well, maybe you shouldn't pirate our things. Because what they'll do is either they'll tell you that it supports the people who create them, which is not always the case. Especially in the case of video games. Most of that stuff... Like, a big reason why you shouldn't feel bad about game piracy is... They say, oh, hey, it'll support developers. It will not. They actually are already paid for because they work basically by commission. Or they'll tell you, oh, hey, it will improve the chances of... Well, actually, it's more the fans who will be like, oh, well, it'll improve the chance of a sequel in the future. And that may be so, but it's ignoring the part where video game development is based solely, you know, what does or does not get made is based almost entirely on what can make executives a bunch of money. And nobody ever bothers to have that conversation, which I think is kind of unfortunate. Or the companies will say, well, it's illegal. And sure, but that has nothing to do with morality whatsoever. Like, that doesn't mean... You know, there are plenty of things that are illegal. Many countries still have sodomy laws on the book, for example. You know, just a thing that I like to think that my audience at least is reasonable enough to be like, yeah, hey, that sounds kind of bad. Although, who knows, maybe secretly everybody who's watching me is, like, some extremist, you know, some extremist conservative nut who statistically actually is probably the one who's doing that stuff, but I digress. There are countries still, as we are told with reasonable regularity, where you can be killed if they have reason to believe that you are a homosexual. And there are quite a few other strange things in this world that are perfectly legal, like, I'm pretty sure that given its connection to the government, I'm pretty sure that China's social credit thing is considered legal, and I think most of us agree that that is pretty fucking terrible. So, you know, law doesn't have anything really to do with morality except for the people upstairs, and in a capitalist society, obviously, they're the people who have all the money are going to be like, hey, yeah, we should probably make it so that way if people are unable to give us all of their money, almost, you know, clearly that has a little bit of a hole in it from the literalist perspective, but you understand what I'm saying. But the other thing is that I'm just like, okay, how good are they otherwise at it? And the only other thing I could think of immediately is going back to that one comedy sketch, and I use the word comedy in the loosest sense possible, from the Grammys in the early 2000s. Like, I think it was 2001 or something, when Napster was first becoming a thing that existed and was, like, actually a free service that you could file share through. And just thinking about the fact that with that, their idea was to employ Metallica to compare file sharing to cuckoldry. Just how absolutely fucking insane of a thing that bit was. And the closest pre-digital media analog really is, like, tape sharing. And that would include duplicating tapes to people because, yeah, that's a thing that happened quite regularly. It was a way of sharing and distributing, and, you know, people still bought stuff after they they obtained copies of tapes from friends. It's not like that stopped people from buying any of those for a variety of reasons. Interestingly, it is the case that more people who pirate music most people who pirate music tend to purchase it afterwards, and in fact, people who are pirates, who are music pirates, tend to be some of the biggest customers, I would say, when it comes to hard copy stuff of things that they already have through piracy, not just like, oh, hey, I'm gonna go buy this new record so that way I can put it on whatever torrent tracker is still out there, because all of them keep getting rated, even though that's not files aren't hosted on those servers. You dumb fucks. You think you would have figured that out after like 7 times against Pirate Bay, but I digress. So, alright, force field is offline. Finally, we're making a little bit of progress, I guess. Anyway, it mostly is just that, oh yeah, we could have turned the force field off from over here. Duh, I forgot. Mostly, it's just like, for some reason, I just started thinking about that after there's been that much discussion about, hey, pirate stuff and back it up, which is not really something I disagree with at all. I feel like I might get in trouble if I were to come on here and say that I'm pro-piracy, so to put it in the most diplomatic way possible, I will allow you to draw your own conclusions. There, I think that's gotten at least somebody upstairs at Twitch off of my back for like 20 minutes. Until I say something about how much Jeff Bezos sucks butts. Okay, so this area does not really tell you about what's going on here. I think I caught sight of... a little sight of what we're going after here? Okay, yeah, we can't see it on the thermal visor whatsoever. However, what we have to deal with in this room is an invisible security drone. This is a completely unique enemy. You can't scan it. And the easiest way to deal with it is just to wave buster it. Of course, don't rest easy just yet. This is the thing that's the boss that's guarding this power-up, but we still have to do a little bit of work to get the thing here. And unfortunately, the doors are locked, so we cannot go to the save point and heal before we deal with this, or before we take on... or before we had taken on, I guess, the drone, because obviously time's a little past for that. So this maze, as far as I know, also is randomly generated. Like, every time you come here, I think this will be different. But they still make you take a fairly circuitous path, so I would assume that there's some sort of algorithm in there. Ow. Oh, that's an amusing, an amusing way of going about it. But we got ourselves the power bomb. Press the R button to release a power bomb while in ball mode. Can do. With the power bomb, we could actually technically go deeper into the mines, but that is a bad idea. We will run into an area at some point. Excuse me, we'll run into an area at some point where there is something that we cannot deal with. And I don't remember if it's a plasma beam door or if it's something that wants us to use the X-ray visor, but it's one of those two. So for now, let's just save. Yeah, it fits. It's a reasonable, it's an idea. I really do need to work on that sort of thing because I've had an idea of working on a VTuber for a while, and I was stuck for a very long time in terms of what I wanted to do with it. As far as the design, and I'm thinking of going in a direction that's very raccoon themed, and I would basically this does have its own other weird thing that it gets into of just a very short thing of I was looking at some character designs that were themed around that to be like, okay, let me make sure that I have an idea as to where to be careful, you know, so that way I don't accidentally make somebody else's character. Because obviously there's so many anime characters out there. If I'm doing something that's got like animal parts, well, I mean, I guess I could probably just do like the Majora's Mask Moon VTuber. I'd be surprised if nobody tried that yet. Also, I like this dude just punching through the force field. It kind of looks like a piece of glass or something a little bit. Oh wow, did I just land on the shockwave after it? That happens actually quite often, but every time it does, I just kind of laugh because it's like that is the stupidest possible thing that could happen to me, and it happens all the fucking time. Like, it's literally just happened twice in the same fight. And it is sincerely not unique. Oh, have we found the strat of... Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, so you can just kind of stun lock this thing with fast charge. That is significantly easier than what I do. You can kind of get a good look at the fact that I am not exactly like a technical expert in a lot of the fighting in this game. I mean, I'm sure that that's a surprise to somebody out there, but this game gives you enough tools that often you can just, you know, sort of mash through them pretty effectively. We're going in here to grab the map real quick. So the actual reason why I was bringing up the thing I was earlier was to point out that I did find another character design with that motif, like outside of Arknights too, and not to mention that there is another VTuber who has that. So it's like, well, I want to be real careful to not screw that up, and you know, accidentally recreate somebody else's character. Let's not be an asshole. But I saw this character design in another anime. I was like, oh, well, that's okay. And I find out the character is from the anime The Rising of Shield Hero. And that's how I discovered that I will not be watching that anytime soon, because I don't think I can trust the authors to not fuck up some of the a certain theme with it. To be fair, I don't watch, like, any anime anymore. I think the last thing that I watched... Well, the last thing that I watched that was current was... I watched the first episode of Mineria Friends / I think it's Mysteria Friends in English. But I watched that when it came out. Other than that, the last thing that I watched was... I watched, like, the first 2 episodes, I think, of Kakegurui. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce the name of that one. But I was like, yeah, that's actually really rad, and I appreciate the theme of it, and it's creepy and ugly about so many things in just the right way that I think it actually, for a change, feels like it's saying something. I'll watch that later. Guess what I haven't done yet? I have still not gotten around to watching all the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that's out there. I love the series a lot, but I sort of hit a wall just with anime in general. Many years ago, God, I have no idea how long ago this would have been. It might even have been as far back as 2016, but maybe that's just me guessing that because, like, obviously 2016 was not a great era for any of us, and arguably things have only in the barest degree gotten better, and in many ways they're getting worse again. But regardless of why that is, the last anime that I watched prior to the aforementioned was I watched through all of Izetta the Last Witch, and that was a fucking mistake. And then learning that the author had a little mini comic series for it, wherein I believe the author is male. I'm confident enough in that I'm going to say it instead of saying they. The author gives off vibes too that it's a real shitty way to behave, I acknowledge, but the author had a little supplementary comic with it that just had the title character being killed off every week as like, hey, here's a little 4-coma gag thing, but also we're gonna have this cute girl who we're teasing that she's in a relationship with another girl. We're just gonna kill her every week over and over. That is certainly some normal person behavior, alright? With the obvious asterisk of not being normal, by this point, I think most of you have caught on to my speech patterns of when I say that shit, but, it struck me a certain way, especially because the series is overtly supposed to be about the character fighting Nazis, and at times it felt like, let's just say I was not exactly the most comfortable with the way a lot of the writing was handled just in general. So, we'll leave it there. Like, the author is not on the level of Isayama, who wrote Attack on Titan, possibly continues to write Attack on Titan. I don't know. I would prefer to continue to ignore the consideration of the existence of Attack on Titan, just in general, quite frankly. Which is unfortunate because it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like a Gundam-y space opera sort of thing as a title. Like, you think Titan and more when the words are arranged that way, you think more like the moon of one of those big planets, and not, oh, it means these gross body horror things and something terrible politics at the end of it. But I digress. So yeah, That was back... I believe that actually was back when JoJo Part 4 was airing, because I didn't finish watching JoJo Part 4. Because after I finished watching that, I just was in a certain way of like, you know what? Fuck everything in this particular medium. I don't feel happy about this. And again, that's a really stupid way to behave, because I've constantly called out that sort of like, you know, people with no personality being like anime bad type of behavior. It's a medium like any other. It's got plenty of garbo, but it's also got plenty of regular things that are significantly less terrible. Also, we got the grapple beam. I don't think there's anything else to grab in this particular fish tank. But just to be sure, I am going to double check up here, because mentally I'm like, oh yeah, there's a missile pack here, isn't there? And I think I'm just thinking of outside. Right, because the gang's all here and they're all waiting to ambush me. Oh, that might have been a fool's move. I may have to go back. Anyway, I also get a certain type of, like, bitter laughter out of Izetta, mostly because I think about just how much the author was like, oh yeah, I'm going to talk to the World of Tanks guy and make sure that we get all of our, you know, that all of our military hardware is accurate. There's just something that is deeply hilarious about that on a concept level to me. Not because I'm necessarily here to be like, oh hey, World of Tanks is not, but I don't fucking know. I don't play that shit. Because I'm normal. Okay, First of all, that's not true. But also, I'm being mean. But it is like... Again, that I find there to be a certain type of comedy associated with that is a little bit difficult to describe in a way that doesn't sound rude. Maybe it just inherently is. Although nowadays, you go to the War Thunder dudes, right? Because they have access to all of those classified documents now, thanks to their player base. God, okay, so you know what? The War Thunder thing is absolutely... I feel that that's a lot less rude, because it really is genuinely just like, guys, please, can you go like 5 minutes without being so hardcore that you commit crimes? Like, do you think that there's anyone who's ever involved in that sort of thing, like... Because surely that's like, you know, a special class of crime, right? That is surely something that, like, requires military courts or The Hague or some shit like that involved. And do you think that that's something that I would imagine that there's, like, maybe 2 justices involved? And do you think they just get tired of hearing that it's because of a video game? I don't know, I find it funny. Maybe I have a very twisted sense of humor. Well, okay, I think that's just kind of a known fact, to be honest with you. Okay, we got all the dudes. I don't think we got a power bomb refill, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we're still rocking only one power bomb. I don't really like being in that position because we do need two in a second. However, power bomb drops can be very... power bomb drops can be a little bit weird. Like, there's some enemies that will give them out like candy, and then the things you would probably want to give them out, like some of the higher level enemies, are just like, no, fuck you. We're not doing that for you. And I'm pretty sure that that's on purpose, that there's a drop chart for a lot of these enemies that's actually intentionally coded a specific way. So, it's amazing just how many levels they've nerfed power bombs on, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at a little bit. Because, first of all, now that you're only allowed a grand total of 8 power bombs if you get all the upgrades. Is the first thing. And then each upgrade only adds 1 to your power bomb capacity, as opposed to in Super Metroid where it was 5 and where it was 5 to start and 50 max. If I just say 5 and 50, that doesn't sound very much like useful information. I know that it was less also in Metroid Fusion, but it wasn't that less. Also, what did I say about me eventually just switching over to the Ice Beam almost as the main weapon? What a fool I have been. But now we can deal with this this crazy tree thing here. God, I think I done fucked up. Yeah, because I hit... Well, I mean, clearly I hit the wrong button. I wanted to try using a regular bomb there to see if it would work. Alright, so let's see if we can... We should still be able to gain access to getting another power bomb here, because there should be some dudes that'll crawl out. It'll be the little spike shooting buddies. Yeah, and they have a chance to drop a power bomb. Because that is what you need to get out of here. If you... Are there more here? No, there's just the one. Huh. So if you put on the X-ray visor, you'll be able to see through all these wall panels here. Oh, hey, did you respawn, buddy? Or are they just come out of that pipe or something? They can't come out of that pipe. That pipe is where we came from. Regardless, get into a ball, drop a power bomb, and it blows open this whole room. And wow, this place is a lot bigger than it looked, isn't it? In fact, we are outside of the room according to the map, which I find very funny. Oh, why'd I do that? I keep... Well, that was a completely unnecessary display of firepower right there. You just have to use a regular bomb on that, and when you do, it reveals a boost spinner, and that reveals this thing. This should be like our 6th artifact, I think. I think this is number 6. And we're in too tight a corridor to make a, to get a cutscene. Yeah, so that's number 6 for us. Okay, well, if these dudes want to just keep showing up, then by all means, I'll take more power bomb refills. Because we have a lot that we're going to need them for. Alright. Turn on your X-ray scope. And this should... I think there are platforms here that we need the X-ray for. I mean, obviously we can... Anything that seemingly, air quotes, requires the X-ray, you can negotiate without, if you know what you're doing. There is only one thing where I'm not sure about that. And I do sort of intend to find out later today, when we actually get to it. Okay, this place just has weird and rough terrain in general. Oh, that's a terrible place for the cutscene to take place because we're in midair. Alright, now, we can actually do something against the Chozo ghosts here that we could not do before. And that something is, we can track where they're going much better by staying in X-ray scope. And while they are still absolute and total bullet sponges, who are weak only to power beam and power beam derived weapons, it's like propane and propane accessories or something. The professional Dom. Wait. That's definitely an old joke at this point. So yeah, this makes fighting these a lot easier. Air quotes, a lot easier. Saying a lot there, I guess, is a bit of a stretch, but it certainly makes it somewhat easier. And yeah, we gotta kill him to get out of the room. Excuse me. Go in here. I said we go in here. Get in the drain pipe. There we go. Maybe they do come in from there. Eh. Up. Up we go. Hop out the little square tunnel thing. Crack this open. Crack that open. Now, if I'm correct, and I don't know that I am, there is something that we should be able to just X-ray scope towards in this... Yeah, there it is. There's a platform there. There's still a puddle of toxic shit there. Wow, that lasts forever. Or it was coming from the other plant, which that is a ridiculous radius then. Like, wow, the game really is just giving us the biz there. Can we just shoot that thing from below and get an idea as to where it is? I mean, I think in theory, yeah, it's just hard to necessarily tell. Twitter feed, it felt like it a little bit. Yeesh. That puts us to 175 missiles. That's pretty good. We've only got 9 more packs to get then. No, pardon me, 15. I forget how numbers work, and I probably was thinking of... I probably was just thinking of perfect squares in general, because I was breaking it down into blocks of 25. So being in Chozo Ruins not only puts us right near a save point, it also puts us not super far from Magmore Caverns, which is where we want to go next. Yes, yes, we know. We get it, you guys vape, etc. Now this is a room where we actually want to take the fight. Because you can probably see this half-pipe setup with a semi-transparent thing over it in X-ray visor. Because that can be opened with a power bomb. So let's see if ghosts can be killed with a power bomb. Results... no, I'd say. Also, I like the fact that they're just continuing to act like the power bomb floor is there in terms of their attack patterns. Because normally they do just sort of stand on floors and everything. Right, did we get plated parasite scans earlier? We did not. There we go. Now, thankfully, these dudes can be killed with bombs. Otherwise, that would make going along this track a lot harder, and it's already not exactly the easiest ball course to deal with in the game. And not just because of my terrible attempts to even get here. Okay, we can still sort of see the shadow. I couldn't see it at all when I was in handheld mode for this, so you can tell how much fun that was. Unfortunately, we have no such thing in this game, so it wouldn't do much good. The closest we have to like a Ghostbusters Proton Pack is the Wave Buster, probably. And unfortunately, that don't work against ghosts. Oh well. Go this way. So we're going to go and deal with that room before that we could not deal with, the lava room. I don't think we saw that properly on stream. But we will now. Quick 2 grapple. Powerbomb the wall. Which is almost unnecessary because you need the powerbomb to get over here anyway. And we grab ourselves a powerbomb expansion. Yes! Pick that up. This room, does this have an energy tank in it or a power, or not a power bomb, a missile expansion? Either way, this is leading us out to that missile expansion that we saw in the corner of the town square, like all the way back at the beginning of the game, that we just could not get to. Okay, yeah, I see the energy tank in there. That's right, I remember this now. And more boost ball shenanigans. Oh. More energy than I need, but we'll take it anyway. Get in here. Bomb slot number 1. Opens the door. Bomb slot number 2 is what's going to let us get the item now. Provided we book it and it's on the other side of the room. Oops. Well, I can fix that. This is not too hard to do. Beep boop. Beep boop. Beep boop. Get in there. Grapple. And our energy tank, if I can actually remember to pick it up properly. Hello? There we go. Now, is there another way out, or is it just go in the... Yeah, I think we just go in here. Drop off. And now we can go through the tunnel. And hey, look, it's a morph ball section, but with actual hazards that you might actually get hurt by. At least in this version. In the original, that lava tunnel that we experienced quite early on, that could be a bit of a painful experience. And quite easily at that. So now that we're out here in the town square, look for the grapple point. Jump at it. You gotta be good at this. You gotta really be on the ball. And the twin stick style makes it much easier to do. Because if you fail that and you just drop off, you're going all the way back and you're going to feel real stupid while you're doing it. And you don't want to feel stupid while you're doing that. I don't think you do. Yeah, and saying be the ball, I also think of one of the Spider-Man games for PS2. I think this was the first one. And there was a bowling minigame where you did the web swinging thing all the way down the lane, and you just try to knock some dudes over. And one of the advices it would give you would be to say, be the ball. And I know it's a reference to something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I just found that very amusing that in particular they were like, hey, you know what this Spider-Man game needs? Bowling. And this is how we're going to do it. And I mean, what do you say to that? All right. Fair enough, I guess. Alright, we're going back to Magmore Caverns now. We're not particularly in the place where we would most want to be to do what we need to do for Magmore Caverns, but that's okay. I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's a strange concept. How do you get there? Or do you arrive at the bowling theme later? To be like, okay, actually, how do we sell this to people? Well, you see, it's bowling. And I guess you cannot truly argue with that. Or something. I forgot how many clusters of shriek bats there were here. It's a lot of them. I haven't had a good chance to show that off, but yeah, the Magmors die, like, immediately to a freeze and a missile. As you would probably expect them to. But man, it really does ease one of the sturdier enemies in the game quite significantly. Oh hey, we just barely touched that toxic gas, and that's it. So we should have only 2 things to get here. One of them is a major upgrade, and the other one is a power bomb expansion, which in its own right... Wait, no, there's 3 things to get here, pardon me. It's just that the third thing is even more optional than anything else. Anything else that I've already mentioned, rather. We got both artifacts. Get! I guess I gotta let him get closer to me or something. Anyway, we're going up to the artifact shrine to go and grab the power bomb expansion real quick. You come in here, power bomb, and you drop through. And there is a power bomb expansion right there. I'm just like, wait a sec, how do I get out of here? There we go, there's the tunnel. Drop through. We're on the other end of... Yeah. Alright, so we do need to go back there in a second, but first, we can come over here. We shatter that tube. And we pick ourselves up. That's right, it's the third missile combo. It is the Ice Spreader. I don't know if we're going to use this thing any, but it is pretty neat. What the hell? Let's show it off. So you charge up a full shot, and you hit the missile button. It consumes 10 missiles, but it's a massive spread of ice, and it does a ton of damage. As you'd probably expect. So, useful in certain situations, but very situational. I seem to recall it's pretty good DPS against the final boss during certain forms. But that's about it in terms of like major uses for it that I can think of off the top of my head. There's our Talon Overworld elevator. We'll be using that sooner rather than later. Amazing. I know absolutely nothing about OOT mods whatsoever. I guess maybe at some point I should look at that. And see if there's some fun stuff in there. I mean, surely there has to be at least a little bit. Yep, there we go. Right next door. I could actually have just gone through the door and have it be like, oh, you're right here already, idiot. So to deal with this, I'm pretty sure this has all been rearranged so that way the old classic of being able to skip through this without getting the power bomb, without getting the grapple beam. We'll talk about the power bombs in a second. To skip through here without getting the grapple beam, I'm pretty sure that that's actually like all been written out of history. Ow. Hope you didn't hear that. But this room, this one has a lot going on. And this is one of the cooler rooms in the game if you've never seen this before. Oh, don't. That's right. We gotta go this way. Pin these plates up. There's spider crawl and... Okay, it's at the next dish. Use this. These things start revving up and they just jack the ceiling straight up. In the original, that is replete with far more crumbling sounds and everything. So it's just like absolutely ripping the entire place open and just revealing a bunch more cavern. And it's super cool. That's probably the only thing I think that the remaster has made worse in any way. And it's the most minor thing that, quite frankly, I think only a loser like me would give a shit about. So, whatever. Can't be too upset. Or can you? Nah, because then you're just being an asshole. Oh. I was worried there for a second. Ooh. Always a fun drop to make. Love this bit so much just in general. Now here's the thing that I don't know how much I agree with as a design decision. We've got a big power bomb requiring boulder in front of the door. They took a couple of sequence breaks out. I don't know if that is a thing from the Wii version or if that's new to this version of the game, but an odd decision regardless. However, most importantly, we get ourselves the plasma beam, and this is worthy of being a main weapon. Great range, good rate of fire. Nice meaty charge shot. The damage output on this thing is insane. I don't think we can hit those dudes from here, though. So... Can we hit these guys at all? Yeah, those are immune to beams, I guess. Either that or we're just sucking that badly at actually hitting them. Just powerbomb these things out of existence. The burrowers are kind of dicks, so they deserve it. Another little bit of lava clam fun. Alright, now these guys. And check that out. When we land a kill with a charged plasma beam shot, the enemy just dissolves. It's a much more, like, dynamic thing in this version. In the original, they just sort of, like, went on this diagonal gradient from one side to the other, and it was cool in its own way, too. But that, I think, is a little bit more sensible. Especially because it also kind of gives a feel of, like, it's radiating out from where you landed the hit. The way that the other version did not. Now we've got a good chunk of stuff to get in Phendrana Drifts, because now that we have the Plasma Beam, we can deal with ice. We also have a couple of things that we need Grappling Beam for. Oh, I call it the Grappling Beam. Oops. Sorry, guys. Fake gamer right here. We're gonna poke our head in here because this is an area where there's some stuff for us to get. And by some stuff to get, I mean, I think like one thing. And yeah, the turrets are still a problem. Because of course they are. I love that those things start to rev up when they get killed by that, and then they just kind of die horribly. Pretty great. I'm just sort of sitting over here like, is there anything else to grab in the research lab besides one thing that we're after? Alright, so this is the thing we couldn't get before because we didn't have access to the plasma beam in order to help us to shoot down this the glass window that was over here. And once you have that, you blow the thing open with that. And there we go, Chozo Artifact. That will put us at 7 so far. Let's see if there's any more that we have tagged in here. Spirit, edge. Okay, just because I'm trying to refresh my memory a little bit on where a couple of them are. Because somehow I've managed to forget, which is real great when I've played a game this many times. We should have everything else at this point. At least from this area. Okay. So, there's two more items here that have plasma beam chunks in front of them. Over on this side of the map. Yes, I think it's two? Might be three. No, it's three, pardon me. So we got this one. The other one is in the other Ice Ruins room, I believe. Oh yeah, these guys should be a lot easier to handle now, by the way, because... yeah, their crystal dynamics don't give a shit about the plasma beam. So, very easy, no longer an annoyance whatsoever. After that, we have to get one more thing in the temple of the... in the ice temple. Okay, this is the wrong room. Pardon me. And then we go back through the Thardis room, and there is an item in an offshoot over there. And then I'm pretty sure everything is just the back of Fendrana's Edge area. Now let's go get the thing from the Ice Temple real quick. Because it's closer, I think. Technically. hell was that noise? And why? Yeah, that thing was in a terrible position relative to us. Oh, it didn't die? Okay. Sure. Am I stuck against it? Yeah, okay. Game, that was unnecessary. Now we just melt the ice at this thing's mouth. And we hop in as ball form. They really did do away very heavily with Chozo statues as item carriers in this game. But they did put a few more that are used as just puzzle fixtures like this. So that's cool. Alright, 4 artifacts to go. And one of them, at least, is over in the other half of the map. There, one is Chamber of the Elders, and there's 2 more in Phazon Mines. Okay. Cool, good. I remember where they are. All right. And yeah, Crystallites died of Plasma Beam because they're ice monsters. Which, they would probably really suck if they reflected their shots back at me. And there we go. We're done with this side of the map. Time to start heading back. I just don't like these guys. That's why I'm bothering with them every time. Okay, I guess they don't like me either. Fair enough, I suppose. Oh, well, 2 can play at that game. Jerks. Oh, that path that the charged wave beam took there was pretty great. Ouch. Okay. So here we are going back to the other side of the map. Hey, buddy. There we go. Wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey. Let's do this. I don't want this thing stomping around while I'm trying to grapple. Got any power-ups inside of its massive chunk of flesh? That would be great to pick up also. Pipe. There we go. All right. Now everything is just in the Fendrana's Edge area. Which I think there's going to be like 3 items for us to get. Maybe 4. I don't remember exactly, but we will find out when we get there. And we'll get bombed by a pulse guy at least once because the game is just kind of mean. Yeah, the flying pirates are kind of not great dudes. I admit that I'm being a little bit quiet right now, but we are sort of in the cleanup phase a little bit, even though, yeah, we still have some stuff to get. So we're doing it a little early, but only a little bit. Oh yeah, just get in close, buddy. That's what that type of enemy needs to do. Be less irritating to me specifically. Oh right, I forgot there's a thing in the gravity suit room. This... Oh, no, this is the right cave. I was confused for a second because I was like, wait, where's the targetable? But there it is. Goes into the water. And that'll let us go get another set of missiles, putting us up to 210. Fairly tight little section of 2 grapples here, because you can bonk in this area. And that's not great. Nobody wants to bonk. I think there's something hidden over here, or is it somewhere else? Past the glider? Oh wait, I can reach them. Okay, so I don't need the glider yet. Right, okay. So here's where we need to power bomb. And there's still more stuff to get in this area, so we're not done here, even though we've got the artifact that we were missing. Nothing to see there. Move along, everybody. This. And across we go. And here is our last power bomb. That's all of them already. Wow. All right. Now, the last thing we need to get in Phendrana Drifts is down in the gravity suit room. So, pull this up and see if... I should quick... Okay, yeah, just... this way to Hunter Cave. Land on a thing that annoys us slightly. I think this is probably the side of gravity chamber we would prefer to enter on. Wow, good whiff on my part there. I was like, oh hey, yeah, I'll be stealthy about this, and it didn't work out too well. Oh hey, this thing is the Pulse Boys too. Fuck them. Right. And see, very simple. Just find a grapple point. And there's our missile pack. Very nice. Only 7 to go. Hey. Wow, okay. Like, I was not amused with our trying to get up here whatsoever. No, we're in the right location here. So we gotta keep going up. I just got confused because, yeah, this place is a little confusing. Damn it. I fucked it up again. That's a really easy jump, and what am I doing? Aside from not doing things correctly. I mean, that much is obvious. All right, yeah, we're gonna go down to Magmore here, and we're going to cut across the Talon overworld elevator. Let's go over here, and yeah. Not a lot to be done over here in terms of travel. In fact, once we cross this area, we should be back at the part of Talon Overworld we need to be at. And that should let us get our final items there, I think. We're done with Magmorn, we're done with Phendrana Drifts. I'm trying to mentally piece together how many missile packs are in Phazon Mine still, and I think it's 5. And then there's 2 in Talon. There's an artifact still in Chozo Ruins. And there's 2 artifacts and an energy tank in Phazon. And I remember that because, crucially, they don't let you get the last energy tank until after you fight the boss there. Which is kind of a shame, because that boss does hurt a little bit. But we'll get there when we... get there. So, there's that door up there. Okay. The thing I'm looking for is just over here. And it's that missile pack. There's another missile pack. Like I said, only 5 left now. And if I recall correctly, all of them are in Phazon. I know we got everything in Magmor because there isn't much to get there, so it's real easy to figure that out. We got everything in Phendrana. We should just be missing an artifact in Chozo. We should now have everything in Overworld. And down we go. Up we go. Somewhere we go. Gotta make our way back to the furnace room. Ouch. That hurt. 11 damage. Getting shot in the back like that. That's just rude. Oh, that was a lot of power-ups all at once, huh? Quite a loud noise. Up we go. All right. Now this time we have to take the fight, unfortunately. I wish we could just skip it. Wish we could just skip it every time. Especially when we just eat side shots like that in a really awkward manner. Okay, well that killed my targeting. I was like, okay, I'll focus one at a time and it'll make things easier. It apparently did not. Stop dodging the damn super missiles, you assholes. Well, at least we got one of them down, so I'll be under attack from fewer angles at a time. Alright, we're down to just one. Get out here. There you go, buddy. Okay. We're good. Now, real quick, before we do this, we're going to go restock. Actually, we'll wait until afterwards. Switch to the plasma beam and open the last ball slot that we haven't used yet. And now... the statue moves and requires us to use the ice beam. And there it is, the last artifact for Chozo Ruins. The last two are all in Phazon Mines. Actually, I want to take a quick look at how much of the logbook we have done here. Alright, 90% of item collection, 88% of logbook entries. We're still missing 2 pirate datas. I think those are both in Phazon. And we're missing 1 Chozo. What the hell that is, then? I guess I can look later. I don't think that this is necessarily going to help us in terms of getting a list of creatures. Artifacts, we're missing 2 of them, obviously. Oh yeah, I forgot to scan the power bomb ammunition at a point. Then the rest of that I don't know. Huh. Are there multiple levels of missile ammunition now? Is that a thing? And I just haven't noticed it this entire time? Huh. That's interesting. Well, I guess here's the thing. If we see missile ammunition again, yeah, there are multiple levels of missile ammunition. And I have not noticed this entire time. Interesting. Extremely sloppy of me, but interesting nonetheless. High levels of Phazon found on mobile source. Yeah, that is our big target down in Phazon Mines. Unique Phazon detected. Well, find out about that sooner rather than later, I think. Oh wait, no, that's where we came from, so we gotta go down. Pardon me. I need to yawn so much. Alright, well that's all the missile ammos, so we don't have to worry about those. Power bomb ammunition, I guess, would be the other big one. I don't know. Wait a sec, now I feel like I've gotten power bomb that was worth more than one for some reason. I could be wrong about that, but wait a second, why would that be? Why would they not be together in the list then? That would be weird. Anyway, we're going to the save point, and we're gonna save. And yeah, give me a second to see if I can look anything up here. See if I missed anything. Yeah, hang on a second. I decided to pull up a list of one-shot things that you can't get more than once. Missable scans. There we go. Let's see if I gotten all. Remember scanning the Aqua Drone, the Elite Pirate we scanned. Search. Or bomb ammo, yeah. Oh, right, it's the grapple point. That's the thing I haven't gotten yet. I'm sorry, the fact that there's new stuff in the list has thrown me off. And again, it's kind of wild to think I've played this game many a time, and now I'm just like, now I'm screwing up a little bit. Ow. I was still close enough to that thermite. Oops. Alright, so I don't remember what's in here now. I think it's... Oh, no, it's still wave troopers. Fuck me. I don't like these dudes. They have a psychological effect. Okay, so I'm assuming that... Yeah, I just wasn't assuming the right enemy up here. But I was assuming that there were no wave troopers. Instead, it's ice troopers. Again, not too hard because we can just do this. And as long as they're separated out, they are truly something we can kill at our leisure. Practice open. And this is one of the main reasons why you want to go through phase on mines coming from the front. When you come in here for the second time. Especially if you're going for 100% completion. To be honest, the item we're going to get here isn't super useful otherwise. But it is something that you should pick up if you're going for 100% completion. And ultimately, you may as well if you're playing this game at all. Because getting 100% of the items is not that hard. Sorry about that. So we'll show this off. It's a flamethrower. I believe they improved the range on it dramatically since the original game. But overall, it's still a flamethrower in a video game. It's not terribly good considering it's not either a Pokemon move or the chemical thrower from BioShock. Which, man, the chem thrower in the original Bioshock, that thing is fucking great. Unfortunately, the original Bioshock is the only good one out of that series. I'd call that my hot take, but I'm pretty sure it's ice fucking cold. Because people nowadays, like, critics obviously were just all over themselves when it came to Bioshock Infinite, but I don't think that any video gamer, you know, like regular people who play video games were too impressed with it. And especially nowadays, there seems to be a large backlash to the game. Now we got the Phazon Elite. The Phazon Elite is basically an elite pirate, but without the plasma cannon. It still has the guard for some reason, and of course it's got the shockwaves. And as always, remember, they can still hit you on the... even after you've dodged them, because... physics or something. Oh yeah, and it can punch you if it gets too close. We just didn't have that happen with the elite pirate. And killing that thing spawns in yet another artifact. We've only got one more of those to pick up. I hear some of those turrets being a pain there. Fuck! Yeah, they're really being a pain in the ass. They just shot me off the platform with the perfect angle to give me that gigantic knockback that threw me to the ground. That's just rude. Rude and unnecessary. So much fucking damage, too. God, I hate mega turrets so much. They are the worst. Okay, maybe not the worst, but they are pretty damn obnoxious. And say this time it'll let me through, and then it decided to give me the biz. Is there nothing in here? Enemy-wise, I mean. I'll take the free room, but still. Kinda surprised. Scan the grapple point. Maybe don't fall off the ledge would be a smart thing, but... oops. So I got the list up here for the pirate data I don't have, and there's 2 of them left, right? Okay, yeah, that one's in Phazon Mines. Also in Phazon Mines. The last Chozo lore is in the Hall of the Elders, Chozo Ruins. Okay. So I probably just did it dumb and forgot to scan something really obvious. But then all we have to worry about is scanning the last few remaining monsters, of which there's like, I think, 5. No, it's at least 6 left in the game. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what to expect here, but it's just these dudes. These guys aren't really very impressive. Alright. Alright. This area doesn't deal damage to us anymore, so we can just hustle through at our own leisure, I guess. Oh, yeah, same spawns as when we first saw this room. I want to clean everything up here before we carry on downstairs for what should be understandable reasons. Oh, of course, this guy was hiding underneath the scaffold for a bit. My HP is really unfortunate right now. It's saved recently, at least, I think. And yeah, this is another part of why we would rather have more HP right now, because... I distinctly remember this fight just by virtue of the fact that it is what it is. that you're in that tight of a space against an elite pirate. It's kind of neat, actually. I appreciate that fight on some level. Alright, saved, and let's... back this way. Oh yeah, here they are. And we failed to get more than one of them. That was embarrassing. Break the block and make our way through here. Instead of trying to fight these mega turrets, we're going to go around the other side. And we're gonna have a bit of an issue doing this, I think. Oh. No, that was fast. Good. And you take a look around this room. This room is pretty great if we can set things up properly. You can see they got some Metroids behind a force field. They're kind of aiming the camera at you, telling you, hey, you know what to do. You disable the force field. And, well, first of all, one of the space pirates is pissed at us. But otherwise, you get the Metroids going off to go kill the space pirates. And I just think that's fantastic. That is some excellent level design. That's probably like my favorite part of the game on some level, because it's just so brilliantly laid out. Alright, so this is the part where you start needing to use the X-ray visor, because otherwise you just kind of go, wait, what? You get here and you see no platforms and no other way to really get yourself across. Although with the lighting, there isn't really a useful visor as like a fix-everything solution here, because you want the X-ray visor on to be able to see the invisible platforms, but it kind of kills the color of things, so you can't see where the phase-on patches are. So you switch to the thermal visor, but now you can't see where the platforms are. It's a little bit rude, but what can you do? We can go across here, and we can ball up, and we can throw down one of these. Throw down another one. That's right, you need 2 power bombs to get to the location of this power-up. Where? Okay, I guess you have to go across the... You gotta fall in the phase-on pool, apparently. No, no, no. That's just a consequence of me not being good at video games. Go across here. And up we go. Across this. And this should finally lead us up to the item that we were after here. There we go. There's our missile expansion. 4 left. Again, I'm pretty sure all of them are in Phazon. Because I think I remember where all of them are. Okay, that's helped us get our bearings. Let's try using the wave beam on these dudes. It's because I had a bit of a brain wave, if you will, the last time I saw them, and it doesn't really seem to help very much. Bombs are probably the best thing to use on those, I guess. Plasma beam to get through this door. And now all the way to the bottom level. Oh, those Geiger counter noises there are a little bit creepy. A little bit unsettling, a little bit worrying. And we don't have any exploding crates here to crack open for items. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's all right, we're risking significant damage to ourselves by doing this, but it puts us to 3 left. Again, I believe I remember where all of them are. Well, thankfully that Hunter Metroid was nice and generous and gave us a very big power back here. Oh, did I not hit that one before? Thermal visor should help us get around in an area this dingy and wacky in color. At least up to some extent. Go here. Across. And across again. Our friend the glider helping us out as per usual. Crack this open. Power bomb time, and yes. Across we go. Don't go that way, it's dangerous. I don't know if we can even survive that right now, but that is where the 12th relic is. We're going to come back to it when it's a more viable thing. Alright, so I know that there's a bomb thing in this, a missile thing in this, pardon me. I just gotta find where it is. Wait, is it this room or is it the next room? No, it's the... No, no, no. That's the... Did it not show up on... Maybe it doesn't show up on the thermal. I think it shows up on this thing, though. Oh, no, it does show up on the thermal. And you'll notice that it's kind of like in the middle of a fairy ring like this. I think that's neat. Cross. And this area is one where doing this properly can be surprisingly hard. Remember, mind the gap. Pull this thing in. Also, yeah, if you look real closely at Samus's gun while you have the X-ray visor on, you can see her bones. Looks real cool. Ah, hey, here we go. The last type of trooper, the plasma trooper. As you would expect from an enemy that's weak to your strongest weapon, they have much better HP to make up for it. Okay, maybe not much better based on how quickly that dude died, but certainly it is improved. We're seeing a bit of a weakness when it comes to the plasma beam's range at that point. There you go. Grapple beam. Where's the force field generator? There it is. Okay. Oh, that's a wave trooper. Dirty pool game. I gotta imagine that this causes some problems for people with certain forms of color blindness. Also, that the primary differentiating factor between these monsters is the color of their bodies. And in here is our second to last missile expansion. The last one we're not going to be able to get before this upcoming boss, but we should be fine with 245. Yes, yes, it's literally right next door. I get it. Let's save. We're still going to be short one thing in here, right? Yeah. Okay, I want to know where that is compared to... that side room, by the way, is just a missile station, so there's no need to worry about that too much. Oh, is it in that room? We missed something there? Okay. I'll fix that soon, because that's on the way back. Huh. We open this. And in this room, I think there's a... Yeah, there's a plasma trooper. So make sure you deal with that. Shoot the massive ice chunk there, and it will reopen the gate for you. Can I get a little more energy? Thank you. Alright. Now. Here we are. The Omega Pirate. Can become invisible to normal sight. It is vulnerable when cloaked, as all energy is drawn from defense systems. By exposing itself to Phazon, it can regenerate damaged tissue and organs. Should be handled with extreme caution and maximum firepower. You bet, buddy. Now, if you want to DPS this thing as hard as possible, then super missiles are the way to go. But the trick here is pretty simple, I think. We start off by smashing all of its armor pieces on its body. Also, remember to be careful of its melee range, which is fucking huge. Ow. As its attempts to slap you don't really provide you with much of an opening in terms of the attack pattern. Use the boost ball to get away. Also, yes, it does do the fucking energy shield thing so much. Can that stop happening, please? Actually, can you just stop with the fucking energy shield, too? My God. This guy is just being the absolute worst right now. Get fucking missile. There we go. It gets angry. It does that. How about some power bomb? You guys like that? Well, I like that when they die, so... Now we X-ray visor, and we look for its weird spindly form. And you can see it's already starting to regenerate. Fuck, we were too late to land another hit. Oh, this boss really annoys me. Because it spends this much time out of all of its forms just like, hey, yeah, what if I was impossible to hurt? Alright, so I suppose what we're going to do is we're going to try to feed that energy cannon. If we can. Because it should behave the same way as an elite pirate with regard to that, at least. Or instead it can just use its fucking shockwave attack the whole time. There we go, that's better. I mean, it's worse because they do so much damage when they hit. And this arena shape is terrible. Because you've also got the Phazon puddles everywhere. Oh god, I just... Fuck you! Son of a... You fucking asshole. Oh my god. I can't even power bomb because I need that for the next wave of troopers. Because I only have one because this game is absolutely the most tight-fisted fucking thing in the world. How the fuck? I did not... There is no way... So you basically have to dodge forward, apparently, because it feels like those shockwaves are significantly fatter than the ones that were being used by the other forms. Which I guess would make sense because it's a much larger dude, but also, like, piss off. Alright, nice. We got a power bomb back, so at least there's that going for us. Alright, dude, I need you to come into focus as fast as possible. I want to two-cycle this boss, because otherwise this is just gonna make me really upset. No, we're going for the 3-cycle, I see. And we're getting pinballed around by these fucking things. Fuck. Like, this is significantly... The attack patterns here are significantly nastier than I remember them being in any way. And remember, I just did this less than a week ago. Okay, we got different enemies here this time. That should make things significantly easier for getting through this room. At least I got that going for me. I don't know why the enemies change that easily, but I welcome it. Thank you. Some missiles. No, I guess not. Alright, well, we now have to redo the scan. We clearly need some sort of mitigation strategy here. Why did that only do 18 damage that time compared to every other time when these things just absolutely fucking nuke me? Get off of me. Ow. Yeah, the melee attack is absolutely just so nasty. And it's consumed half of my health meter. Great, 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 great. All right. Sure. Two wave troopers. That would be like the worst possible RNG if I wasn't doing power bombs for them. You're you. Get fucked. I'm actually impressed that I managed to get that damage out. Really? Just in time to get a set of troopers out on top of it, though. Okay, what the fuck was that with regard to the stop and then put the shield back up? Fuck! I did have the stick in that direction. I pressed it early. I was trying to dodge sideways in order to try and aim better at the arm piece. Get away from it! Get away from it! Get away from it! Get away from it! Don't have the fucking X button is missiles. Damn it.
Alright. Just put the damn shield down, you... Alright. That somehow did not get all of them. Awesome. Love that for this game. Oh, there he goes. I gotta ignore the trooper now. And I don't even have a power bomb anyway. Well, cool. I'm gonna be having a bad time now. Like, a really bad time, I mean. You son of a bitch. Put it down, asshole! Fuck you! What kind of... Well, that's it. I'm fucking dead because I'm about to get killed by the goddamn troopers as soon as they spawn in. Yep, yeah, there you go. Game can kiss my ass because I'm just... I'm having a... Obviously, I'm having a rough go with this right now, but... Alright. Both troopers are down. They're both ice troopers, but they take too long to kill. Ah, I was too late. Fuck. I find that the right thigh, well, left thigh from our perspective, is the easiest part to hit. Okay, I think it does the cannon more often when we're circle strafing more heavily. So that way it can predict where we're going in order to try and get in easy hits. And that time it just fired to one side because it didn't know where to go. Fuck it. Put it down. Son of a fuck. It just blocked that attack. Alright. So now we should be facing 3 troopers. Let's let them all drop. Okay, give me your lunch money. And your items. Oh, fuck. Wow, okay, that was some clumsy hand usage there, that's for sure. Get fucking missiled in the face, you jackass. Come on. Alright, now where... Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. And we're out of power bombs? Seriously? If this game's drop rate were a person, it would be an NFT, bro. It'd be that new guy they hired as the CEO of Square, probably. Okay, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Dodge the potatoes. Fuck! Dodge away from the... Alright. Unfortunately, now we're going to have 4 troopers coming in, and we have no power bombs. Or are we only having 3? Thankfully, the game decided to give us the easy ones, so at least we got that going for us. Don't care about you guys anymore. We're done. We beat it. And for our efforts, Samus just gets squished. And we got ourselves a cool new suit. Your suit has been infused with pure Phazon. This corruption prevents damage from Phazon radiation and provides you with a decent chunk of defense besides. Boy, that was a fucking nightmare. Also, thanks for not picking those items up, Charge Beam. You're doing real good work there today. Hello? Would you like to join the game? All right, and that opens the elevator. We're gonna save in a minute. Don't worry. We are safe for a moment where we're going. Also, look at these gross ass crystals. They kind of look like veins and other biological material. I mean, a lot of parts of them just do in general, but especially those. Let's scan that real quick. Never mind. I guess it can just blow itself up. That's a distinct possibility. Well, we've got all the energy tanks. We got those things just dying. Those are a separate type of Metroid, so that's why I'm trying to scan them. Ow. Now we got the energy back really easily. Fine. Or at least that's... I'm telling myself that because that's what I would like to believe. Alright. Go. I guess back is a bit of a strange way to put it. How do you... There we can. Thank goodness we have one power bomb. So that way we can get this last missile pack. Yeah, game, that's why I wanted to kill the easy one first. Hello? I switched the wave beam. I'm clearly just not holding the X button for long enough. At least it's not going like, oh, hey, you want to be in this different visor, right? Because, no, why would I want to switch off from that where possible? And, oh, right, this is blocked by a power bomb thing. Damn it. Fuck. Well, we're gonna have to, like, go back anyway, so... I guess we're doing it now. Oh god, that's bright. Alright, so this is a new room full of Metroids now. And there we go, the Fission Metroid. This is what happens when they take in too much Phazon, and they become immune to specific beam weapons, depending on their color after they split. We just don't want to deal with those at all if we can avoid it. Regular ones are fine to deal with, though. These are easy. Ouch. Well, we got our power bomb at least, so there's that going for us. Save. Jerk. Last second, too, right? And yeah, this room still has the invisible pulse bomb for some reason. Okay, fuck off. Alright, here's where we need to be. Now we go this way into the area that's encrypted with Phazon, so yeah. Encrypted. Did I say encrypted? I said encrypted, didn't I? I meant encrusted. And yeah, you can tell by all these bomb rocks, getting over here without the Phazon suit is not exactly the easiest thing in the world. And there we go. All 12 artifacts obtained. And now we're missing one. We're missing one Chozo lore. We're missing one pirate data. And I know where both those are. And we are missing, I think, 4 scans. And then we have 4 enemy scans, pardon me. And then I think we have everything. I'd actually rather deal with those things' ability to interrupt you from afar than dealing with the attack patterns of the Fission Metroids. Well, I also was about to be like, I said encrypted, maybe I could have said entombed, and that would have fit instead. And I mean, it kind of is. And, you know, Crypt Tomb, they're pretty close. Excuse me. Door. Get on the floor. No, we're just continuing with the room. We're not. None of what you're thinking. Get the hell out of here. Trying to follow us, isn't it? Room lights go out. Combo is messing up my momentum real badly here. Percussion, what's that? Oh. Get in here and... compared to... It's on the other side of the ventilation shaft room. There it is. There's the last pirate data that I missed. One that I pretty much completely ignored before. What a fool I was. As usual. Keep going. Alright. Back to this room, the one that just keeps murdering us horribly for some reason, because wow, the damage from those things. That is way higher damage than they usually do to you on normal, I'll say that. Like, wildly so. Come on, just let me through. Quit being annoying. That's all that's going on here, is that they're just dating. Alright, we're almost out of phase on mines. And then we just go and get the thing in Chozo Ruins, and then we're almost done, like we have been for a while. Which sounds real silly to say it like that, but I mean, listen, a large part of it is just in the getting there. All right. And yeah, this is the room. All right, so now we just gotta go find the Chozo Lord. It's behind the statue. This stupid obvious. I'm not dealing with the Chozo Ghosts right now until I know that they actually are important to fight. I think I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna reset the room. I said I'm going to reset the room, you fuckers. I'm gonna have to go back further, I guess. Tonight on the History Channel's Ancients Behaving Badly. Fuck you. That's what you deserve. I think on some level these might be like the most annoying enemies in the game. For how easily they dodge some of your attacks, the fact that they can only be attacked with Power Beam and Super Missile. The fact that they hit stun you like that. It's just kind of needless, really. Oh, there it is. Could we not get that while the Chozo Ghosts were up? If so, that kind of sucks, but... eh. Right. Missile Station. I probably don't need to use the Missile Station until I'm actually, like, done with the area. I.e. when I go to the ship, which functions as one as well. But oh well. Speaking of which, let's get our asses out of here. Ah, nice. 2 for 1. Back down to the Talon overworld. Excuse me. I'm gonna finish this tonight. Just because we have so little left to do. Energy and ammunition fully replenished. Game is saved. I want to see if that includes power bombs. Yes, it does. Thank goodness. I don't know that we're going to need 8 power bombs in order to complete the game, but It will certainly help. And hey, look, another one that we can't carry. Thanks, guy. All right. Get ourselves a cutscene for returning all 12 artifacts. And it's time for Meta Ridley. A boss that I really just do not know how to manipulate his attack patterns whatsoever. So this is probably going to get messy. So this part is fine enough. I mean, we're probably going to take some hits here because a lot of these attacks are such that they are not easy to dodge. Like, they're just massive scatter blasts, or they come in so fast that they are very difficult to put up with. Like, he just buzzed us a second ago and did something that did a fair chunk of damage to us. Like, I don't know, 30 or something, give or take. And I couldn't see what it was. It came in too hot. This is actually a time when the wave beam charge shot may be useful for its tracking ability. It doesn't home fast enough. Well, shit. Yeah, so it did 31 damage to us, whatever it was. Whatever his drive-by missile of choice was there. Alright, now here's the part. He starts stomping around with his big old kangaroo feet. Sometimes he does a lot more stomping than that. I actually don't like that set of drops very much because like, I actually would prefer to keep that energy for later, but I guess Ridley, you know, Ridley just does whatever he's gonna do. That big messed up space dragon cannot be governed. Oh, that was a mistake. I accidentally bumped the R button on my controller. It's okay. If losing those 15 missiles is a run killer, then we're not prepared for this. Damn it. Fuck. I clearly just lost the timing, I guess. So I was doing pretty good at dodging those before. That's a skill that I appear to have lost. Come on, enter your second phase already, man. Oh, I hope we didn't waste that missile from me hitting that button and entering the cutscene immediately. Alright, so now we enter the second phase of Meta Ridley, which is the part where I just... I'm really not good at manipulating this boss. And he still does his kangaroo stomps because why not? Yeah, see, it's that attack, the dash. That's the one that's the big problem, and he does it all the fucking time. And at best, like, okay, there's a narrow window in which you can hit him in the mouth to potentially disrupt the attack. But it is a very tiny amount of time. Okay, dude. Enough with the fucking kangaroo hops, asshole. I don't know what the attack is called, but... like, the laser effect laser effect. The energy effect makes his feet look like 10 times bigger, so... Listen, it makes sense in my head. Flamethrower. Come on! Fucking grow up already, asshole. Just stop being a... Listen, I'll take you just doing the dash over and over this. Oh yeah, let me remember to scan him. I almost really fucked that up. That would have been really stupid of me to not scan this boss. Wouldn't be the stupidest thing I've done this playthrough. But still. Do you not remember that you have other attacks in your attack pattern, my dude? Come on. Use the laser beam, shithead! There. I don't know when this attack was added, by the way. This is not a thing that he does in the original at all. It might have been added for the Wii version. It might be added to this. The double sweep is a thing from the original, I think, though, at least, so. Fuck! He is, like, magnet locked onto me. I'm gonna readjust real quick, because, yeah, Give me a chance here, you! Oh yeah, I see you haven't gotten rid of this. I'm sorry, is there was still part of the artifact platform that you somehow hadn't broken, as I see the one little rock particle show up. Are you fucking kidding me right now? There we go. Got him in a good rhythm there. And then we fucked it up. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Alright. Why wasn't I locked on? I was holding the ZL button, game. Sheesh. Got him! That went slightly better than it usually does. Like, usually I just absolutely fuck up hilariously at that fight, but I managed to get into a rhythm with canceling the charges. a couple times, so yeah. I'm going to take a quick look over in the logbook direction. And I'm going to see if I can notice the spaces for 3 remaining creature targets. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what am I missing then? Alright, monster list. Alright, so the last 2 forms of the final boss. Migek. So we know what that is. Wave Trooper. What? Oh, apparently I never scanned an Ice Trooper. So, that's... Huh. Well, guess what, everybody? I'm adding another hour onto the stream. So that way I can go and scan a single enemy that I somehow missed. I probably got thrown off by the fact that I died during the original run through that area. And that'll be why. I'm going to try going back through the wrecked ship, because I think that might actually be faster than going forward through all of Chozo Ruins. Which is bizarre to think about, but here we are. Problem is that it requires me remembering where the entrance to the wrecked ship is. Okay, right, it's over this way. Is hopefully I won't have to redo the puzzles in the wrecked ship. And then that should be fairly quick. Some of the enemy types just don't respawn. Oh yeah, we can grapple across the way if we don't fuck up. Which, admittedly, that's a tall order, but... plow through everything. Alright, that's where the... Oh, by the way, you can permanently vaporize Reaper Vines and Aqua Reapers using the charge shot from the Plasma Beam. If you actually remember to land it before you land a regular shot instead. Which is pretty nice. Ah, yes, the somehow still functional turrets. This area just has regular creatures in it. Get through the hole. Oh yeah, that's not the way to go. Okay, wow, I didn't realize just how easily the Wave Buster stopped stunning them. Maybe that only works on normal. So whatever advice I gave about Wave Buster before is clearly wrong. The Ice Troopers should be up in this area. There you are. Okay, now we can leave and never think about this place again until inevitably a randomizer or a mod of some form for this game shows up and I decide to eventually go, you know what? Sure, I'll check out Ryujinx or have this thing modded or something, get out of my way. So that way I can check that out. And yeah, you can tell it is much faster to get back from the furnace room than it is to go through it. Ultimately, I think it may have been faster to go through there to get to Phazon Mines, but I don't know for sure. Regardless, at this point, this stream is long enough that I'm clearly not trying to go fast. So, meh. Very close, not quite. Yes, it is completely unnecessary, but we're hitting the ship anyway, so I figured why not. Let's do something a little silly just for fun. Alright, just one last little bit of game left. Oh, what? Not Flames of Disaster? Oh, wait, sorry. Pfft. That's me being a shit poster. Oh, I could completely believe that being a intended thing. Anyway, welcome to the really gross-looking biological area here in the impact crater. And yeah, the orange phazon-y looking stuff, like, they appear to be implying that it's not actually phazon through that log entry. Well, log entry is not correct, but through that little bit of data. But who can say for sure? Either way, it will mess you up. You are not protected from it. And the added particle effects make it look like extremely burning hot, so... Oh, get the fuck out of here. That's what we want those power bombs for, by the way, is that way we can just nuke those things out of existence. Because we are going to be under assault from these respawning fission Metroids through the entirety of this room. That room is not the exit, and fuck this game for making that happen to me. That room that I just pointed at and shot a shot at before I fell off of the ledge, that has a missile refill station in it. So, cool, but not what we're looking for. And this is what happens with the fission Metroids when you deal enough damage to them. They split off into two differently colored Metroids. Again, I feel like I need to say it once again. I would imagine that certain types of color blindness would have problems with this. Not all of them, but certainly more than a few. Oh, hey, it looks like one of them just crashed into something and exploded. That's cool. Like that. See, I heard one of them screaming for a charge, but I didn't know where it was coming from. Hey, we got two of them. Unfortunately, I don't think they ever drop anything, which is a problem considering that we goofed on the platforming really badly and the game just did not want to cough up the entry for the Lumigek over in the first room. And so it just, yeah, that didn't end so well. All right. So now we got some of this going on here. Because, hey, the game devs really just loved spider ball puzzles, clearly, because they're just like, okay, you know what this area needs is one last one just to get you going. And here we go, everybody. It is final boss time. As the door locks behind us for some reason. And here we go. Here we go. Alright. We switched to the power beam because, as you've probably guessed, Metroid Prime has the exact same gimmick as the Troopers, as the Fission Metroids, as everything else. Also, yeah, it does a lot of shit that lets it block your attacks. Like that. You gotta hit it squarely between the eyes. And quite frankly, I think that this is like overdone in that regard. The timing on it is really, really bad. For the amount of times that it can deflect your attacks, I don't like that so much. That is probably unnecessary. Especially because this thing is such a fucking tank to begin with. This boss is a complete marathon. Not just that... Not just this one form, the entire thing between both forms is absolutely just takes forever and a day. I mean, I think dealing with its attack patterns is, like, trial enough in its own right. And then you get into some parts of the attack pattern like that, where it shoots the fucking HUD laser. In short, nasty-ass boss. However, overall, I would say this is a better fight than the Omega Pirate or Meta Ridley. I mean, the gimmick is stupid. It spends probably too much time being... You know, it's able to, like, quick guard your attacks a little too easily, maybe. But that's minor things. The attacks are... dodgeable is part of it, is that it's a much more learnable strategy that you can figure out how to deal with this boss much easier. You can actually that you're actually capable of, like, not getting hit by its attacks occasionally. Also, yeah, this is one of the very few places where we might consider using the ice spreader, because it freezes the boss for a decent chunk of time. And that, even if we can't, like, DPS because LOL Ice Beam, it just gives us time to get back, you know, regain our bearings, you know? Also, that tractor beam, you're probably thinking, wow, that's strong. Moon, I've seen you play randomizers, and you don't have that kind of problem with the tractor beam ever. And you're right. I think they've strengthened the tractor beam since the original GameCube release, because I used to be able to, like, not have any trouble with that. But now it's just, like, absolutely impossible to not get hit by. And by not get hit, you know what I'm saying. They have buffed its pull rate significantly. And admittedly, that's a little bit cheap, but still. Oh, god damn it. I was going to say, here's a great place for us to be landing the ice spreader, so that way we can deal with the ice balls. But of course, we fucking whiffed. Land, goddamn you. There you go. Careful of the big ice beam. Also, it seems like the ice spreader has much better angles that it can hit the boss from. Alright, here we go. Plasma form. You really want to be careful of the beam here because it can apply a dot. And when you're in this sort of big, long, epic marathon of a boss fight, you really don't need to be getting hit by a dot. Meanwhile, the waveform is probably, as you would expect, one of the most annoying. I don't know what kind of damage we could do with this thing with the Wave Buster. And admittedly, I'd be kind of afraid of, like, burning through too much of my missiles. Oh, did that orb not die? There we go. That's better. There we go. Not bad. Alright, so the orbs, I guess, go away now, because we're moving on to the next floor section here. And this is where Prime is going to start pulling out all the tricks. Like, we get shit like that. Fuck, get out of the ice beam. Like, the ability for it to switch forms is going to be a thing that comes up a lot more. It will use attacks regardless of what form it's in, sometimes. It will sometimes just charge not at the regular intervals in its health meter. Although, I mean, obviously, it still does the regularly patterned charges and everything. Damn. Double damn. Like I said, here we're getting the fast swaps here. Fuck you. Did it while I had my ice spreader in midair. Jeez, what an absolute jerk. What a dick move. Oh man. Hey, we managed to avoid getting hit by that. That's cool. Alright, here comes waves of missiles. And make that screaming fighter jet noise. Absolutely terrifying. Alright. I'm thinking one, maybe two more phases. How you like that interrupt? Oh, yeah. And that's it. Part 1 is... I didn't scan it, did I? Damn it! Okay, no, I did. Never mind. I was... I was about to be really annoyed at myself. But it turns out we're okay. Anyway, we pissed away a gigantic amount of missiles on that fight, but it turns out that everything's fine. Because you can't hurt the final boss with traditional weaponry whatsoever. Nothing in your inventory is going to do you any good right now. And this should be giving us our notification. You've scanned 100% of the logbook. New extras are unlocked in the main menu. Hell yes. So we're gonna keep the ice beam on. Because what's going to happen with this boss is that it is going to occasionally it spawns these phazon puddles and then it shuffles over to a different beam that a different visor that it can be seen with. And right now that's the X-ray visor. So this boss fight is honestly just the most unbelievably simple thing in the world. You jump in the phazon puddles that it spawns and you target it and you blast it with your hyper beam. I haven't seen this much hyper beam since I was at a Gen 1 Pokemon tournament. Jesus. There is a reason why we have the Ice Beam out as our main attack, by the way. And it's because, after a point, Prime is going to start spawning in little baby Metroids every time it spawns a Phazon pool. Or for that matter, every time it switches form. So this will help us clean them up without necessarily needing to resort to power bombs. Because naturally, those are at a bit of a premium right now. Like, I think we got 5. I mean, that's a decent amount, all considered. Oh, also, just to flex on this asshole. I don't even need to look at it with the right visor. Okay, but it does help if we're going in for damage, so... I'll behave. Alright, what is that, like... Is that 8 times we've done that so far? It seems a little bit intense, but it very well could be 8 times by now. But either way, yeah, absolutely, this is a serious war of attrition between your health meters. Later on, yes, it does spawn fission Metroids, by the way, so there is that to look out for. However, for now, it does seem to be giving us, like, probably one of the babbiest possible sets of mobs here to deal with, so... You know, I admire the kindness. The tiny little bit of mercy the game feels like showing me for the moment. And also the fact that there hasn't been a rotation without a pool yet, because I believe that can happen. I seem to recall it happening to me on normal. Maybe it's only a thing on normal. That would be, that'd be weird, but not necessarily the most unheard of thing in the world. Alright, so we got 2 Hunter Metroids. That's a little bit more frustrating than what we were getting before, but only by a little bit. Again, provided no fissions, we're dealing with some very simple stuff here. Yeah, this has got to be 16 cycles to beat this thing. That is probably more than you really need, but okay. Oh, yes, good. It dropped health. Just in time for me to take a really stupid hit. That was that was pretty bad on my part. Ah, here we go. Here's the little shitheads. Nobody's favorite enemy. Honestly, probably nobody's favorite Metroid final boss either. I mean, there's a lot of doing nothing right now. Give me a second to adjust my chair. Ugh. I'm honestly probably getting to a point where I could just, like, not play well anymore. And just, you know, eat all the damage in the world, and I'd probably be okay. I'm not saying I would. That would be a really, really bad idea. But I could probably literally just stand still until the next phase on Puddle spawns and be able to beat this boss. Again, I don't want to test it. Oh, now you're bringing in the heavies, aren't you? 2 whole fission Metroids. It's not even my birthday. And yeah, 1 more cycle. That amount of HP remaining makes me feel like I didn't get everything for one of the cycles. What? There we go. We have beaten Metroid Prime. Remastered. And not even randomized this time. I do know how to play it still, I guess. Now, strangely enough, they don't make you do the evac sequence in this game. I guess because you already did a reasonably sized escape sequence at the beginning. So, that's odd, but okay. And the impact crater explodes. So does quite a bit of the artifact temple that was built on top of it. It's Samus without her helmet on. Much better looking texture than on the GameCube. A little more detail than I need, probably, but on some level, I appreciate that she's very plain looking in that because, like, you look at Zero Suit Samus anywhere and it's like, yeah, okay, that is not exactly a practical or realistic look on any real level. And here's our credits. I got nothing to add to the credits. So, yeah, Metroid Prime Remastered, very good. The original Prime is like a top 2, maybe even top 1 GameCube game for me. One of my favorite games of all time. Just, frankly, really great. And I said at the end of whatever the last game I played was, which I've forgotten already, because I ended up taking a week off to unlock hard mode, and then this took a week for me to stream. Fuck, it was Phantasy Star Online, that's right. So I said at the end of PSO that at least part of this, I would be like, well, we're going to ask ourselves if there was a need to remaster this, or could they just have re-released it raw, running through a theoretically halfway decent GameCube emulator on Nintendo's part, which I know, har. And I would still say that no, there was no need to remaster this game. It still was already quite good. But admittedly, I'm not sure how well it would have sold as like a separate entity and not something that you get for free with your Nintendo Online subscription. If it was just that, because after all, it was in 640 by 480 resolution. And nowadays, we are 20 years out from that. You know, some people think 1080p isn't good enough anymore. So they're absolutely, I guess, it wasn't necessarily a bad idea. And this does look absolutely fantastic. And there's some nice little extra touches that they threw in places. Oh god, my throat. It's almost like I've been streaming for about 5 hours. So overall, you know, it's still a really good remaster. I still enjoy it quite a bit. I'm glad they did it. I'm glad they only charged $40 for it. But, you know, personally, I think that should be like the base price for a video game full stop at this juncture. Meanwhile, other companies besides Nintendo are trying to jack their prices up to $70, which, you know, just eat the biggest fucking chode ever to Sony and Microsoft for that one. And, yeah, getting past that, a big thing that I'm glad for Don't go to sleep, Switch, please. A big thing that I'm happy for with regard to this remaster is that they didn't really do anything to the sound. There are some minor changes relative to the GameCube version, but I've been informed that those go back to the Wii version. So this is basically a bit more of a port of a later port, but that's okay. If you can get hold of a copy, I would absolutely recommend doing so. I would not suggest purchasing a digital copy, but I say that about anything. Don't buy digital. Buy hard copies wherever possible. Consider digital only if you really, really can't. And yeah, I got nothing else to add. After the credits end, then that's gonna be... Well, actually, we do still have some extras we can check out and see what the deal is. As for what I'm going to play after this, I don't know as of yet. We'll find out when I get there. Because currently I'm thinking I do want to play Battle Network Legacy Collection when that comes out. And that comes out on April 13th. It is currently March 26th. And on the one hand, I'm like, well, I would really like to get in a playthrough of Secret of Evermore. But on the other hand, I'm not 100% sure if I really and truly have time for that. Because, I mean, yeah, Secret of Evermore is not the longest RPG in the world. Like, it's not Final Fantasy 13 or anything, but it is of significantly more length than this game. Like, we would be looking at 8 streams easily, so I would basically have to be... I'd have to be reasonably on the ball for that. Although Shadow the Hedgehog isn't necessarily a bad suggestion, because I do have that sitting around somewhere to be investigated at some point. New extras unlocked in the main menu. Well, we're going to have to get a look at that very, very soon. After we see this post-credits sequence. You know, I wonder if they're going to do remasters of the other 2 Prime games. And honestly, if they do, I think I might pass on Prime 2 Remastered, because that game is not my favorite, we'll put it nicely.
All right, so what do we got? We got the soundtrack gallery that we can take a look at all this. Let's just mark all these off because otherwise it's probably going to bug me a little bit. And what do we got in the concept art gallery here? Because there were some of these that we didn't have before. And we got some of the ship. Oh god, that's a little bright. The Elite Pirate Room, that's a pretty nice view of it. General concept art bits. Oh man, that looks like super nasty in that picture. They really did capture just the gross biological nature of everything real nicely. And here's bits. I guess these are original concept arts here. Because the other one looks specifically like it was for the remaster, which... Again, the remaster didn't have massive redesigns, but I suppose it is useful in its own right. Ooh, oh, this is cool. We can get a look at how their early production map. It's actually really cool. I might want to look at that in more depth at some point to be like, how accurate did that end up being? I would assume that it is, like, actually completely accurate, but I don't know for sure. They got a whole nice set of storyboards for that. Yeah. So, let's get a look at what we missed from these sets here. I mean, I think we had this to begin with. Ugh, that's gross. There's our Omega Pirate looking quite a bit squatter than he looks in the game. Groupers, that's the regular elite. Couple of bugs, crawlers, flyers. That's the Phazon elite. Ooh. We don't even get a good look at the one arm that is just like all blue shit. That's unfortunate. A very nice drawing of Samus's face. Seen all that stuff before. And yeah, there's the original Phazon Elite looking quite a bit plainer, because that's just kind of a symmetrical except for the face. Oh, that is sick. That's a really good image. Look at Metroid Prime, both forms. Here's one. Were they suggesting that they were going to have the Babby Metroid spawn in against the original form of Metroid Prime at one point? Interesting if so. Some more really cool looking Meta Ridley, and one last of the final boss to see us off. Oh god, sorry. I couldn't get to the stop recording button in time. Damn it.